to the supposed dangers of COVID-19, ordered us shut our lodging facility 2.5 months ago. The other main cabins will not be able to reopen. With that being said, we have a potential buyer for our property. The lady sent over a building/property inspector. The inspector questioned the flooding coming from the roadway down to the property of the cabins. I am not going to miss out on an opportunity to sell my property just because of a watershed problem. I did take it upon myself to rectify the problem, started Friday into Saturday into Sunday. The only solution to the problem that I had on my property was to have a catch basin put in with a drainage pipe bringing the water straight down to the culvert. I hired an excavator last Friday, and quite frankly, I don't care if I'm on the right-of-way of the town of Madawaska. The problem needed to be fixed, so I fixed it. The town of Madawaska had 3 separate opportunities at which they failed miserably. So I put in a catch basin, I put in 65 feet of Schedule 40 pipe, buried with screen gravel, covered it up, graded it, brought it right to the culvert. Where I come from, I don't know about you people, water still flows downhill up on Guymo Road. So I have here, if you want to see it, I have pictures, the before, the during, and the after. And to be more specific, what I'm looking at, can I bring this to you so you can follow along?
Yeah. We're going to keep it within 10 minutes though, Dan.
That's all right.
So the information that you're providing, I don't think we have time to really take action on it, but we'll listen to
take action.
Okay. Was there anyone else that needed public participation tonight?
Thank you, Fran.
Fran?
I don't know where I am on.
You're on the agenda.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
David.
I already have one there, Dan.
Okay. Okay. If you care to scroll through the photographs I've given you, that gives you an idea of what took place. But my only thing here is if you go to the last 2 pages of your packet, I put Dan Daigle, the other main cabins, request for reimbursement. If you look at what I've listed, what I'm looking for reimbursement, you've got a total of $223.38 from Central Building Supply, which are the couplings, the glue, and the Schedule 40 pipe. Edmund Peltier and Sons, a storm sewer cover, a 32-inch, $30. You also have the receipt there. Hebert Brothers, Hebert Construction, the excavator. I don't have a receipt from him, but I can get one. He was supposed to email me a receipt, but he did not. The only reason this was a rush job, he was half a mile down from my house, and I said, could you get that excavator over to dig that trench? He charged me $100. I paid him cash money. We still deal in cash. Concrete riser, the catch basin. I picked this up in a garage sale for $40. It'll cost the town double that amount to get a riser from Clarence Roy or from wherever you get them. I'm looking for a reimbursement of $393.38. I spoke with Kevin this morning. Kevin was at my place to look it over. Kevin says that there's no way that they can come near to that to put in a catch basin and a line like that. If you flip that page, items and services not seeking compensation for. 7 hours of manual labor, I charge $20 an hour to work for anybody or everybody, except my wife. So $140 there. 1 bale of hay, which is only $4. 3 yard screen gravel, $30. 2 yard screen loam, $26. And the only reason I'm not charging for this is that I have some stockpiled at my house for ground maintenance. Therefore, I went at it in my pile. 3 hours of tractor usage. That's a 55-horse tractor, and I put down at $40 an hour, which is a reasonable rate for a tractor of that size. A total of $320 that I am willing to take up on my own. But long story short, Mr. Chairman, I'm looking for $393 of reimbursement, and I just asked the board to revisit this whenever they can convene and make a decision on this. But like I said, I'm under the gun. I'm under a time frame, a very tight time frame to sell our property, and I couldn't afford to wait. That's it.
Okay,
Pretty
thank you,
simple.
Mr. Diego. We will take a review of this at some point. All set, board members? Anyone else in the public? Yes, ma'am. Or, yeah.
Okay, Don, I'm not sure where I'm at on this. It's for the music in the park.
You're, right now.
Am I the right place?
Right now.
Okay. As you all know, usually at this time of the year, we get ready for the music in the park. Unfortunately, this year might be different. I'm hoping that the board can help me out. We were supposed to start this Thursday, but I backed it up. There's 2 different sites that we were looking at. I talked to Gary about it. We're looking at possibly maybe doing it at the park, which we've normally done in the past. And then where Gary and I talked about possibly putting it at the Kmart parking lot. Okay, and I know there is rules and regulations we have to follow. I need your help. Is it something that we can work out? Is it something that, and maybe I'm off the ballpark with this, but being that we're doing an event in the park, and would it be possible to have like different events? Like let's say, for example, the kids would be at the playground. Would that be considered one event with 50 people? If we would have a cornhole, would that be another event with 50 people? Being that it's all in the same area, I'm not sure. Maybe you guys can help me out with this.
You said you're not sure, and I'm not sure either. However, is that something we could review if, at some point, very soon?
I think so. I mean, the reason why Jane and I are talking about it, it's one of those decisions that I felt that needed to come before the board. I don't feel like I'm at liberty to make decisions that, when it comes to crowd size and venues, things that happen within the town. And that's why we wanted to have this conversation before the board, see whether there is something that can be done that would accommodate music in the park somewhere, preferably at the park. But the issue is crowd size, and is there a solution that would allow music in the park to go on this summer, which is every Thursday night? And we felt that it had to be brought to this board for a decision. So,
Do you feel it could work? You've been talking to her. Is there possibilities?
I think the crowd size rules, the way they are, being ambiguous and subjective. It's whoever's on each side of the issue. There will be people that have a concern about the crowd size limits, guidance being not adhered to, and there are those who think that this is probably going a little too far. I think they're all valid points of view. And so, but that being said, it makes it a decision that's somewhat political, I feel, and one that I don't feel comfortable making myself, which is why we're looking for some guidance from this board as to whether or not there's something we could do to accommodate music in the park this summer, or if it's just something that's not possible. And I think their thought process is that, well, the park is big enough, there's quite a few kids that partake in the playground that's off to one corner, and a lot of people park around that block, if you will, in their cars. They can watch from their cars, and there's enough corners where people can be bracketed out into groups of less than 50. But would it basically mean the whole block would be limited to 50, or could each corner be a corner of 50, and that would allow maybe 200 people in the park? It's going to be hard to police, and I don't think anybody wants to police that. It's going to be somewhat of a police your own, and if you're not comfortable with being there because of the crowd size, then maybe you should watch it from a distance or not go. it comes down to personal opinion and choice, I think, as to what we do there.
Okay, yeah, Lori, go ahead.
I come from a view, and politically you're right, you know, that's the problem. I don't agree with that whole crowd size thing, so when I tell you what I'm about to tell you, it's not because I agree with it, but this came up at a different time with someone else, and I could be wrong, but my understanding, because I really did read it, and then I went to each of her, you know, regulations, I believe that the crowd size of 50 applies the same outside as it would inside, so your space is the same as if, like, in this particular space you can only have 40, I think it is, or something, and it's the same outside. I mean, to me, could we get away with cheating and use the Kmart parking lot and have the band in the middle and have 50, I mean, the park's kind of small, but maybe someplace bigger, you could have the band in the middle and have a group on one side and a group on the other. I certainly am willing to cheat it, but, you know, I mean, is it really cheating or not? Like, it's very hard to, I would love to see it happen if we can figure out how to make it work. And if you don't want to be there, then don't go, you know? Yeah.
We park in one car, one empty spot, one car, one empty spot. Now, whether they allow them to get out of their vehicle, I'm not sure about that. It wasn't written on the article that I sent here.
I don't think they're allowed, and I even think it's just like with the graduations, if the windows roll down, they're supposed to wear a mask. But like Kmart, I don't know, is big enough to be able to do that every other space. And have you talked to, like, is the drive-in bigger? Could we work out with the people who own the drive-in to have some kind of, I'm just trying to think of space in town. Like, where could we park the most cars to get, you know, the.
I mean, it depends on if we need to space them out. I mean, you know, as far as the Kmart park. To me, I think it would. Just a matter of putting a stage right in back of the library, and then maybe parking the car. We'd have to have people parking cars at night, making sure that if everybody, you know, if somebody wants to leave, then they'd have to, you know, have a way to leave. So whether if we can stop people from getting out of their car at 70, 80 degrees, hopefully, you know, because hopefully we'll have nice weather coming up. I'm just afraid people might not stay in their car and they're gonna come out. You've got people that likes to, you know, jump here and jump there. Are we asking for trouble? I don't know. I'm like you guys, I'd like to see it, you know, done, but do
I
we
think
wait
all you
until the
can do
month
is
of July?
try.
Maybe
I don't know.
Maybe the amount will go more than 50 maybe. But I'm not gonna do it for 50 people. It's not worth it, and it's then who you pick and choose,
Yeah, I hear you.
you know?
Doug,
So-
do you have any comments?
You know, this is like the ordeal that folks are facing in Florida with the beaches there. I mean, it's really hard to patrol, and you know, once people get together out there, and all of a sudden they feel a little bit relaxed, and they start to think, well, we can start moving around. You're probably not going to be able to police it, and that's a big issue. And for us to say, okay, we're going to allow this to happen without keeping social distancing, I can't say that. I mean, if you think that you can kind of work around that and feel comfortable with it, but I know that you're going to face a backlash. You're going to have some people that are going to complain, people that are there that want to enjoy it, and all of a sudden people are moving about, and all of a sudden they are looking to get out, and you know that we're going to hear it. So I'm not going to condemn, nor am I going to go along with it, but if you're going to do this, you have to find a space that's big enough to be able to do it. You know, I love what you're doing. I want to promote it, but you still have to live within the confines and as close to as you can, because other than that, I mean, we're just going to be hearing it left and right.
So what I'm getting at from at least 3 board members, that it's probably going to be hard to put this together. Now, this being said, can we go month to month? I don't have a problem going month to month.
I want to echo a little bit of what was said, and Dave, you haven't chimed in. Do you have anything to say before I
Go ahead, Don.
Okay. For us to sit here and to agree to allow this to happen would be contrary to the example we as board members have to show as a board member. If you can consider doing it and you want to try it, I'm not going to stand in your way, but I will not say, yeah, we approve what you're trying to do. We'd love to see this move forward, but I'm not going to go, at least personally, contrary to what the regulations have been set forth at this point. So it's size, it's the amount of people, you know, social distancing, it's all of the above, everything. So Dave, do you want to say anything, or?
Well, I don't know if this is feasible, but if they're going to be too close together, then they would have to wear a mask. And if you're going to spread them out, do like we did over here, spread the chairs out. And this is the only. And if this gentleman has a wife and 2 or 3 of his relatives, they can sit together. And then what happens on the road, around all the park, around the street, it's out of your control. If they want to park there and watch it, there's nothing there that stops them from doing that.
Mr. Albert, you have a comment on this?
First of all, I'm really looking forward to going to Music in the Park. I've never been. Second of all, I'm hearing it said about the unenforceability of guidance. Okay? The problem is because people want to make free choices, free will. You choose to use a mask. I understand it's your choice. I choose not to. Okay? And we decide between us how we handle it. Setting this up with the idea that people are going to continue to self-isolate within an area where there's people congregating and they are tired of being inside, you're not going to be able to enforce it. Okay? So, as I understand it, local communities are charged with enforcing these laws, these rules. If you go into a restaurant, that I did today, and they ask me for my contact information after I ordered my meal, my choice is no, you can't have it. Okay? The problem for the restaurant owner who is charged with enforcing this thing is, what now? Okay? I think we should go ahead. I think we should tell Cannon Mills, we're having our festivals, we're doing our own thing, and don't know what to tell you about that. Come down here and enforce it yourself.
Thank you.
I'll take another motion down. The other thing I want to add, I've been going to music in the park for a couple of years now. Because usually when we used to go to Thursday, we have a big crowd all the time. And it's hard to get around. So that's the only thing I'm bringing up right now.
Okay. Thank you, Paul. Dan?
3 quick things to keep in mind. If a person is of the belief that this COVID-19 is real, so be it. If that be the case, ban the music in the park. If you believe the truth and the facts, that this is nothing but a government hoax, open up the music in the park. And thirdly, do not forget that the president of this country came to this state last weekend and defied our governor's orders and is looking into have this rectified. Plain and simple.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Daigle. Jane, I don't know what to say. I think we've got a mixed board thinking on how we're going to thinking. You know, I'm not personally going to say go ahead and do it. You've got our blessing. Try it. If you want to try it on your own and you can make it work and it falls right where you want it to work.
Am I gonna get in trouble? That's the first question.
Never.
I'm gonna get in trouble for getting.
Call me if you do.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. So.
I mean, you know, I totally respect your decision, and I totally understand how this virus is affecting all of us.
Yeah. I just want to know, on a personal note, your involvement with the community, with the music in the park, with other activities that you were involved with, and probably still going to have opportunities. I want to commend you for those efforts and stuff, and I love the idea that you're still thinking about what we can do for our community, and I thank you for that. Okay?
So, anyway, I'm walking out here and I'm still not sure what I'm doing.
Thank you,
Ross,
Jane.
what do you think? What's Ross think? I'll put him on a spot here.
I think the town just comes out with a disclaimer that social distancing might not be possible. I'm not saying, don't say to hold the event, not to hold the event, but if you are in fear that you could be infected, stay home. If you don't have that concern, then there'll be music in the park.
That's awesome.
I second that motion.
I think we kind of got of our. So, Ross, are you giving me permission to go ahead and do it?
I might go listen to the music, but not in uniform.
Okay. Awesome. I mean, you know, the park is big enough, we can actually ask the people to distance themselves. Of course, you know, like Brian's saying, if your families, I mean, of course, you'll be together. But, you know, I'm sure that they can distance themselves, and if all fails, we'll ask people to wear masks. You know?
All you can do is recommend and try to educate on distancing. And if some of them are more fearful, put the mask on and try it one time and see how it works. But you're gonna need more than you to go around to make sure people are listening. Well, if they refuse, you put them in a special corner.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Jane, thanks a lot. All right, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to move Article 11. So I need a motion to go into executive session per 1 MRSA subsection 405, 6F for consultation with legal counsel. Do I have that motion? So moved. Moved by Doug. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Lori? All in favor? We carry. We'll be going into that room, and I don't know how long we're going to be, but. Okay.
Karen, do we have time to go, to?
We're gonna take a break for, bathroom time.
You wanna go now?
Dawn, could we move article, like we're gonna do the other business, then can we move Article 8 up, or any, like the articles that the people are waiting for? Can we do that?
Yeah, I don't see an issue.
What are we waiting for?
So like you wanna do other business because the Historical Society is on there and Fran is waiting, right?
Yeah,
And
but
then
that's part of the,
Article 8, there's someone here for that in case you guys have questions. And that's it though, right? The rest is,
Article
well,
8.
that's Dave, that's.
because we're going to other business and adjustments
Because they're
right now.
gonna make a presentation. I don't know, it's just gonna be awful long to make people sit and wait there that aren't employees.
We should try to get out whoever we can.
Okay. All right. I think that makes sense.
I mean, the
We'll try.
public,
Yeah, we'll try. See, the manager's report, yeah, okay. We're gonna go to Article 3, which is the other business
yeah,
article.
because the Historical Society's in
Yeah, and
there.
they're here, that'll be the first thing on the other business. And then, we'll just go around and,
Because the police department's
yes.
gonna make some kind of little presentation or talk,
probably.
right? And so
Yeah.
is Sam.
yeah.
And I just didn't want to make, like Dave is here for Article 8. I just don't want to make people wait 2 hours. Because God, we're already what?
Article 8, that's Mark. Kevin, you got Mark, you got Kevin.
No, Article 8 is
Article 8, sewer department. Right?
is that it? No, that's the one for Endico that they want to. Yeah, and Dave will let here for the.
Oh, well, Dave, but it's Mark that's
the
gonna make,
planting, yeah.
Mark and Dave.
Yeah.
Are we all here? All right, I need a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved.
Moved by Doug, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Dave. All in favor? For the record, we came out of executive session at 6:37. Go to Article 3, to consider other business and adjustments to the agenda. We do have other business that we'd like to handle. And the first, the first thing under other business is to consider a funding request
Dawn,
for the Madawaska Historical sorry.
Dawn, we have-
I'm way ahead of myself, sorry
Yeah.
about that. We came out of executive session. Is there any action to be taken on our executive session?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Moore.
We would like to, I would like to make a motion that we pursue the validity of the term sheet or term paper.
Which is the agreement between the town of Madawaska and Twin Rivers Paper.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Doug. Is there any discussion on that motion? All in favor? Motion's
Aye.
carried. Thank you. All right. Article 3, to consider other business and adjustments to the agenda. The first thing is to consider a funding request for the Madawaska Historical Society for the roof repair of the Albert home. Discussion continues from the May 18, 2020 Board of Selectmen meeting. We have representatives from the Historical Society here tonight that would like to address this board. Fran?
My request for tonight is really twofold. Okay? One of them is that I think you've got,
Letters.
letters, I wrote 3 letters in the past, but in your packet, you must have the Excel spreadsheets of the amount of monies that have come in the past. Yeah, so the twofold that I want to talk about, bring to your attention, is that one of them is, yeah, as you mentioned, help this year, right now, for the repair of a badly damaged building. That is one thing. But the reason that it comes to you that way is that we have not been supported by the town of Madawaska since 1995. In 1972, okay, I'm going back far there. It's before a lot of us were around there. In 1972, I did the research. The voters of the town of Madawaska voted and accepted to put the Madawaska Historical Society on, I don't know if you call it on the warrant, or it had an article of its own. Okay, so every year it got voted on as an article. I don't know when that was taken out. Do you folks know? When did the voters of Madawaska vote to take the Madawaska Historical Society off? I can't find it. I don't think it ever happened. So we were left in the lurch. We have not had anything come in from the town of Madawaska. There's no membership dues as such. A long time ago, lifetime memberships were sold, and you know, like anybody else, if somebody bought a lifetime membership, they consider it lifetime. So we got ourselves into this. We've got buildings to take care of. We've got electric bills every month, like everybody else. We've got liability insurance to pay. We had the gazebo needed to be fixed this year, right? Did you do that? No? Okay. Somebody did it. So it just gets to the point where, what do we do? So it's twofold in the sense that we should be back on the roster every year. The last time we were given something on your papers in 1995, the shorter list that you've got in your document. In 1995, the last amount we had was 5,000, I believe. And I'm thinking 15 years ago, it would be more reasonable anywhere around 8,000. So it's twofold in the sense that we want to be put back on the warrant like we were, because we were never really taken off. It just stopped. What happened, what I can say happened in 1980, the Madawaska Historical Society wanted to start the Acadian Festival. They did it by sponsoring, they had a sponsoring family, which was the Daigle family, and it started going that way. So I'm being told, I asked all businesses in town, and they said, well, why do you need money? Because we're supporting you indirectly with our tax money for the town. So we're caught in this place here. So is there any way that we can get help for this year for the building that's in dire need? And we want to be put back next year. How do we get back?
Process of getting back will simply be a formal letter asking to be put back. As we develop our budget moving forward, it'll be up for discussion with the Finance Committee and with the Selectmen.
Okay.
About-
She's already done
Which has
that.
been done.
Which has already been done, so that part's ready to go. The other
Okay.
thing is money
So
right
now,
now.
Yeah,
Okay.
can we get immediate relief right now?
Gary, do you have any suggestions or not?
So what we last left off on this discussion and was where are the funds going to come from? And so right now, the way that the articles work for funding the various departments of the town and the social services is they have an intended purpose. There are no monies available in the town budget per se to make a meaningful impact on that. There's really not much. We can't take money from the rec department or the police department or even the Canadian Festival, since it's not happening, because that money was raised for that purpose. Okay, and so we got to be careful. Now I know I think we all want to do something, and there was discussion about possibly having some bridge funding out of the UDAG program to get us to this crisis until we can figure out a more permanent solution. It's really the only place where we could dip into some funds to help them out right now. The situation with the UDAG is we would have the availability of funds. We went through the boost program. We funded that. We had approved up to $41,000 microloans. To date, we have 9 that have been dispersed and paid, and no requests pending. And we have till the 30th of this month when that program is going to stop. And so I think there is some funding there that if this board so chose, they could help out the Historical Society with this funding that they need so critically. The issue, obviously, with the delay in the town meetings and the budget process and everything that came to a screeching halt is that we're not really sure. I mean, they could also make that request as a budgetary request as part of their annual appropriation if they wanted to get some money through the town taxes, if you will, not through the revolving loan fund, or what we call the UDAG. We're not going to have a town budget adopted likely till July sometimes, until we get a better picture on revenue. I think that right now the inclination has been to kind of hold off on town meetings until we get a better picture for what revenue is going to be. And so what that does, it puts back our tax commitment in our business year, if you will. Even though it's still July 1, we won't have a budget to support that request until town meeting is adopted, which could be July. I hate to say if it went back even as late as August. So if you were to address this with funds right now, the only place that you could go to would be the UDAG to do that. And whether or not you decide to do a bridge loan and for repayment based upon the town may be willing to put some tax money into it through an appropriation request, that's totally up to the board. Ultimately, if there's going to be a request for this project to be paid for, like in other words, if you don't want the loan to be a loan, it's just sort of a bridge, which is something that the board had discussed, where you would want a town appropriation to pay for that project, that would have to go through the budget process with the board and the finance committee to be adopted at town meeting.
But my question is, it has been a long time ago, been voted by the Madawaska voters that it had its proper place on the budget. When was it taken off? Okay?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. All I know is that in speaking with Guy Dubé over the years, earlier, that he talked about the need for funding requests to the town went away because the Historical Society was receiving a lot of other money through.
No, there was one grant 1 year, and that's when the cross was built, and that's when they decided to build the gazebo. No, it's just that it was dropped. So now, why would I have to ask to put it back on when it was on there? It's like asking the same thing. As far as being in social services, That's what's stopping it from taking, we can't jump in one department to another, but why are we in social services?
That's where things
That's
work.
where it was always, those type of, what he's talking about is it moving forward, it could be put in there. I don't know when that article was removed. I just don't know.
Well, I can tell you that the funding stopped in 1995.
Okay.
And if you look at your papers there,
Yeah, I saw that.
the Madawaska Historical Society is the parenting company to the Acadian Festival. Is there an Acadian Festival this year?
No.
Okay, so the money is appropriated. Could some of that not be given back to the parenting company to get us back into?
I'm not clear on that, Fran. That's, the voters said the Acadian Festival, they did not say the Historical Society.
So,
That's
Yeah, I know. Go ahead, Lori.
so Fran, I think just, I have a question, but, how it comes off, none of us were on the board at the time, but basically, like even this year, if this board and the budget committee decides we don't want to fund the chamber this year, or, and I'm not saying that's happening, but that's just the first thing that comes to mind, we could decide, the budget committee and the board, not to create an article in the warrant, and then it would just go away, and then that may just continue every year. So whatever year that stopped, for whatever reason, it's just because somebody decided not to fund it. Maybe it was a real tight year. Maybe, the money, I know for a while the chamber was getting all of the festival money, and it was up to the chamber to give it to Acadian Festival or International Festival, and that caused friction because one year they just said, we're not going to give it to the International Festival Committee anymore. And I was there and there was an argument. So it just depends on what each board and committee feels. But couldn't this be considered, and I know people's feelings about Historical Society are different, but if the Historical Society is running the museum that we're sending people to for tourism, and they are holding all of the artifacts that are donated over the years by families, and they've got a lot of stuff there, wouldn't that be considered a community development thing? And is there no money in any, like within community development, couldn't you potentially move money around a little bit from line to line to at least help them fix the roof? Because at this point, all of those things that are in those buildings are going to get damaged, and then those are things that have been donated for, maybe the voters will not vote to fund that going forward, but I think right now we should look to try to fix it so that going forward at least the voter has a choice, because if we wait till it's all damaged, or we need to move that stuff somewhere else, it belongs to the community.
Going along with your line, I just wrote a letter in support of the byway to bring tourism into, I just wrote a letter supporting it. It's going to be published.
Fran, I have a question. It's an observation I have made. Has that roof been repaired? Okay, half the roof has been repaired.
Half of it because we applied for a preservation grant, and the money has not come in yet. We're hoping it will, but it needs to be matched.
And that match is?
The amount?
Yeah.
The grant is for $4,000. The match is, we've got to come up with the $4,000 to put.
Is that what you're asking tonight? Is that $4,000?
Well, actually, the work that's left to be done is $8,000.
We have options, I don't know about community development if we have money in there to be able to do that, but we do have that option of the UDAG monies. It was designed to help business, UDAG is, but at the same time, you could stretch it and say, if people are coming to town and we're helping business because they're coming to visit this place, they may, fuel, they may eat at a local eatery, so, I'm open.
I would add that the traffic going down to the cross is double, and we're only the month of June, and it's already double of what it was, just because people need a place to go. And, you know, we need to get the railroad ties back into the railroad. There's 2 chairs that are sitting there that are really dangerous for people to sit on. It comes back on our liability.
Is there any other discussion or questions from any other board member at this point?
Randy, is there an admission at all when people come visit?
No.
No admission?
There's a donation at the museum. There's a donation jar. I think last year, Guy collected $300 from May through September. But how are you going to put a fee for the cross site?
Gary, do we have to, are you waiting in anticipation of other businesses addressing a UDAG loan? Are we having to wait to see who is or what we're gonna have for funds?
I don't see that there's anything in the hopper. We haven't had any new inquiries for, are you talking about the boost program, the microloan?
Right.
I don't know that we're gonna get that much more applications, so
And it ends this month?
it ends in June.
End of the month, yeah.
I mean, you know, I think it's time for us to try to do something here. You know, I would be willing to accept that thought. I'm ready to make a motion that we try to use some funds
Make the
from
motion
UDAG
because
as a
I'm gonna
loan,
make
and hopefully if we can get her on the warrants and get some money for
the
her.
future, for the future after.
Yeah.
Hurry up and make the motion because I'm gonna make it.
Go ahead, Doug, if you want to make a motion.
So I'm making the motion that we do go to the UDAG program and borrow on her behalf, the society, the Historical Society, the amount of $4,000, what are you
Five.
looking?
Give her five.
5?
Give her 5.
$8, yeah. $8,000 worth of work to be done.
But you're getting a match with that.
No, that's from the first 8, right?
The
How much total do you need? With the matching grant there? And
Please, Gary,
what-
address it to us and we'll relay it to you.
Oh,
Go
the-
ahead.
yeah.
Go ahead.
The total project was 16,000.
Okay.
Okay, half of the roof is done. I called the people off the roof because I didn't have any more money. The 8,000 that I have is a $4,000 grant, and the societies, it's gonna wipe out the whole account. Okay, but
If we don't act tonight.
No, even if we do.
Even if we do act.
even if you do act, it depends,
Gonna wipe out
yeah. I need $8,000 to go forward and get this roof finished, and the rotten post that is threatening to bring down the roof.
All right, so I'll make a motion that we approve $8,000 from the UDAG program as a loan for the interim to see if we can get her roof fixed.
Are we making this part of the microloan program?
No.
Oh, I wasn't thinking about the
think so.
micro loan.
With
no.
the same terms?
I don't think so. Well,
No.
No, I wasn't addressing it in that manner.
You're addressing it as a loan, $8,000 to be paid whenever the
Whenever-
funds
it-
become available through their organization.
Right.
Is that what you're
And
saying?
hopefully through taxes, through warrants from the town
To repay or?
to repay the loan.
Hopefully from where to repay?
Well, you're gonna have an article in the next, for the next town meeting?
Well, I sure am hopeful.
Well, you sent a letter, or you have a request there?
Yeah.
I like to think that it's being considered and honored, because if not, where am I gonna get the money? Next year, I'll be in the same,
I would feel a lot more comfortable if we made it part of the microloan program. We already have all the parameters, all the
So the
conditions.
microloan was for 1 year.
Well,
And
we'll
1,000.
have time to address it.
1,000.
We'll have time to
1,000.
address it in our budget meeting within that year's period, and we can take care of it then.
Yeah.
But the
if you-
microloan
I
program-
would mix the two together because the microloan was for 1,000 for 1 year at 0%.
With the same terms as the microloan program, let's put it
In
that
other
way.
words, a loan
Zero.
to the Historical Society,
Yeah.
0%.
Yeah,
His motion is, I heard, changed to 8,000. And for a year or,
with the same terms as our microloan program. And I will second that.
okay, you made the are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that motion. As we are discussing it though, what happens if the townspeople vote it down?
Then we're holding
We have
a
1 year to-
loan on paper that may not necessarily get
We
paid.
have 1 year to figure it out.
We have the year to figure it out, okay.
And I think there's some support to support the Historical Society. We're all, mostly all Acadians, and I think we want that to continue and to be viable. And I don't see why we wouldn't agree to fund the Historical Society, but we need a plan, a 2-year plan, a 5 and a 10-year plan. We need to know more information to understand what the needs are.
Okay, is that the second to his motion?
The motion is what again, Doug?
To go through the UDAG program, to look at an amount of $8,000. I'm not with the idea that we would put that under the that business loan that we were just discussing. I'd rather keep it out of that frame, but if it's best to go in that direction, then I'll approve that also.
Yeah,
But
I don't think Selectman Moran was saying to actually, he said similar to something that was set up like that.
Same thing, but keep the same agreement that we have for the
okay,
microloan
so the
program.
same agreement basically would state that
Would govern
that
it.
it's at 0 interest.
Yeah, for a
Exactly.
year.
Okay, so that's my motion.
And it's good for a year, and we have a year to get this straightened out. I second that.
Second, okay, any more discussion? Lori, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I only want to make it clear, and I'm good with this, but what we're essentially doing at this point is you're giving them a loan for 8 to finish the roof. We're wiping out their account. I'm not saying I'm okay with giving them more tonight because, you know, and then how do they pay electric bills and function going forward if all we're going to put on the article, the warrant, is another 8 to cover this loan? So I just want you guys to be aware that, and the only reason I feel strongly about this is because to me, essentially, these buildings kind of belong to Madawaska. So we just need to be aware, when we hit the budget, if we only try to put 8 and pass 8 through the town meeting,
Yeah.
it's only going to pay back their loan, and then they will be standing here again looking for money to pay electric bills and insurances and all these other things that they have to
I'm
do.
sure we can discuss that in
So
our
your
budget
argument
meetings.
will be with during the budget process.
Yeah, I just want to
yeah,
put
I
that
hear you.
out there
Okay.
because they do have all those things to
Yeah.
pay, and they do it for the town, and I'm certainly willing to help with fundraising if you guys, you know, so try to do so. I will get involved and help you. Maybe we can.
There's definitely, that's in our discussions, the fundraising, that's not an issue, it's not a no on that. It's just that it can't happen fast.
Right, so we should
You
just
know.
fix this immediate need right now and then be aware that we have to.
Listen, we are in discussion. I will allow 1 or 2 comments from the public. Dan, if you want to make one.
Appreciate Laurie's input on the financial side and Dave Moran's comments on the Acadian heritage side. First of all, these people are in crisis mode, if you will, with the roof to preserve what's already there. Pertaining to funding, as far as being put on the town warrant, that is certainly not going to be settled here tonight.
No.
You people can work on that at a later date. But what can be decided here tonight is to put the, put it on the warrant for the upcoming town meeting, that the funds that have been raised by the taxpayers for the Acadian Festival. If the Acadian Festival is not going to take place, there's no reason that can't be put on the warrant and amend that. And it's time that we take our town back over and stop submitting to politics and games and little fear tactics. This is our town, this is our money, bring it back to the taxpayers, and I believe that that cause should be funded. And the reason I say that, there are no Walmarts coming to Madawaska. There are no big factories coming to Madawaska. We are French Acadian, and it's time that we start to capitalize on that. The only hope that there is for Madawaska is going to be tourism. And we need to work on this, we need to develop this, and that site there is the most excellent starting point for such a project. And I think that for this year, to get them over the hump, we need to take money from the Acadian Festival, which is not going to take place, spend that money there, and then in the future for the ongoing bills, as Laurie was saying, electricity bills, insurance, that we can work on that. But I think that we can incorporate tourism in the town of Madawaska to make these little ventures viable and profitable.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, is there any more discussion from the board members?
Mr. Chair, I don't disagree with what Dan's saying here, but the Acadian Festival, the monies that are appropriated are for the head year. So, like right now, the Acadian Festival monies that we have, that were appropriated last year, were for this year's Acadian Festival. Next year's the next appropriation for next year is for the next Acadian Festival. Follow me?
Okay, one more comment, Linda. I know you've been up a couple times.
Are you saying that the appropriation that was voted on last town meeting has not been spent?
Correct.
So in your next warrant, there will be no article for the Acadian Festival?
No, he didn't say that.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that when you have a funding line in the budget, like the Acadian Festival, if it was not created as a reserve account, that if the money that are unspent in a town's budget roll into the undesignated fund, okay? And so if the Acadian Festival wasn't set up as a reserve account, then that money is, if it's not spent, will roll into the town's undesignated fund. So the Acadian Festival moving forward for next year, the budget appropriation that we're going to work on, that we're working on right now, is for the next Acadian Festival.
But is there a balance as of today in the Acadian Festival budget?
Yes.
Yes, there is.
Yes, there is.
Is that going to be spent this?
If it's not spent before June 30th, it's going to roll over into the undesignated
So therefore,
fund.
next Acadian Festival, there will be two?
No. The money that's there rolls into the undesignated fund if it's
And
not
then you'll
used
have
by
an
June
article
30th.
in the warrant to appropriate some more money.
Right.
So you're having two appropriations for one Acadian Festival next year.
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't see it like that.
So, Lynn,
That's what it is.
You have this year's
Got a mask on his
that was
eyes too.
voted on last year that is not being spent, and you're putting an article in the warrant
In the new budget.
for the new budget, but last year's budget has not been spent.
No, it's like anything else, Lynn. You could have Public Works account, let's say their budget is $1 million. They only spend $500,000.
Public Works will go into the
Undesignated
fund
fund.
balance
Yeah.
that you carry forward the Acadian Festival.
That's not
So
how it
you're
was worded, though.
doubling
That's not
the
how it was worded.
appropriation for next year.
Yeah.
Lynn, I think we're talking about the same thing. So if let's say, the town cut a check to the Acadian Festival out of this year's budget, what's been approved, if the town cuts a check for the Acadian Festival, okay, the money has been dispersed. They would have that money next year. But
They
if the
could
town
use it
says,
next year,
because
yeah.
there's no Acadian Festival this year, doesn't cut a check to the Acadian Festival, that money will roll into surplus.
You've already given the appropriation to the committee,
No.
Or is it still in the town funds?
Still in town
Not
funds.
fully. There have been a few little expenses, but we haven't cut the full amount to the Acadian Festival.
Yeah, see?
So where
there's
does it
no
go?
accountability.
Where does it go?
Undesignated fund balance.
Undesignated fund balance, Mr. Dago.
That
That's
ain't
how
right.
it goes.
That ain't right.
Well, that's the way it's set up.
That's
Is
right.
that the
Well,
money
we
that
work.
falls through the cracks?
Mr. Dufour?
No, can I make a suggestion on this?
Sure.
How much is available in the Acadian Money Festival right now, money that hasn't been spent?
I'd have to take a look, but I'd say, I would have to take a look. I don't have that number. off the top of
There's a
my head.
lot because they raised a lot of money too that's sitting there.
Well, my suggestion is, and this is only my suggestion, go see the Acadian Festival Committee. Since they're not having the Acadian Festival as an entertainment for the town of Madawaska, have the Acadian Festival Committee donate or loan that money to the Historical Society, which is the Historical Society that started the Acadian Festival back in 1980, I believe, and somewhere. So it's going right back to the parent family of the Acadian Festival. So just ask the Acadian Festival to make a check to them to do the repairs to their parent company. That's all we need to do. And the money is spent within the organization and within what the Acadian Festival is all about, which is our Acadian heritage, which is Dante and St. David, which the Acadian Festival Committee has been using for the last 35 years and never gave the money back to them to update it and keep it running. So this year would be a great year for the Acadian Festival to step up with the money they have available and hand it to them.
It's got possibilities, I guess, to consider. But then that doesn't, with the motion
you don't
and
need
second
to
we
mark
have, so.
Well, that makes a lot of sense.
There?
If we're allowed to do that, then
Yeah.
it makes more sense than you did,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, is it 10? Is it 15? Is it 5?
More.
Well, we're not
I think-
gonna
I think the only
solve this
issue that we
tonight, then
have,
What
Don.
we should do is, I guess, we approve the motion pending the possibility of finding the funds elsewhere. If that doesn't work,
I think it should be brought to our next town meeting, if we can use that unspent money to put towards the project. I think the people needs to vote on this. It's not quite the same putting on an Acadian festival
Than a
or
historical,
fixing
okay.
a building at the.
all right, then, I hear you.
And I think that this money, yes, could be taken and given to them, but it needs to go to a voting process.
Okay,
So we
But
have a motion,
by
do we have a
then,
second?
it's gonna
Right.
be in the undesignated fund, so that's a whole different
Right.
warrant by that.
we have a motion, we have a second. Take a vote. All in favor? Unanimous. So you'll,
We'll fix your roof,
we can
Fran.
cut a check whenever for up $8,000 within a week. Okay? Out of UDAC, yes, Jerry, yeah, out of UDAC. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna move on.
Yep.
We'll be here till midnight.
Yeah.
Is the fire chief here tonight?
I don't see that he's here.
No,
Huh?
I
I
don't see him.
that he's here.
Okay, we'll move on to someone. Okay, then, let's see what would be the next one here. Let's go to Kevin, Article 6, to consider an update from the Public Works Director for road repair projects. What's number 5? That won't take long.
Why are you skipping?
Well, there was a suggestion because certain people are here that if they wouldn't have to stay here all night if,
Oh, okay.
that's the only thing, that's the only reason I'm moving around there.
Okay.
So,
Article
Kevin,
6.
Article 6. You got the floor. You gave us some information somewheres. Okay. Probably missed that stuff here.
Was that in some of that stuff that came across?
Don, it should be on the top of your table
What
there
is
if you
that?
didn't
Is this
mix
it right
up.
here? The
Yeah, I
town
moved stuff
Just
around a while
in-town
ago.
road repair and?
Oh, right here. I got
Okay.
it. Thank you, Lord. Okay, Kevin, what we have in front of us is the in-town road repair and hot top. Is that what you want to address?
I just want to know where, where we need to, where you guys want to repair in town, so I came up with a list of what I think was the most important to start addressing, for this year. Because we're not doing what we had a plan for last year that, that's put to the side burner for now until we can figure other things out there, but this is what I came up with, repairs, and you know what I mean? I just want to know which direction to take of where we're going, because how much money we have to work with, and what's priority, what's not priority.
What do you have in your budget, Kevin?
As far as the road repair account. To this day, I've got $26,478.33, but MDOT owes us for the repair on the catch basin on Main Street and then the hot topping from last year, which when we're done, we'll have $83,482 remaining in that account.
Are you saying, Kevin, it's 83 plus the 26?
No, that's including the
83 is the total.
Yeah, they owe us about 56 or 58,000 between both projects. One was 29,000 and change, and the other one was 26 and change.
When can you expect to get those payments?
I submitted the first one after Christmas for the hot topping of Main Street, and Gary contacted them a couple of times, and he thought that Bob Watson thought that it was under or already had been taken care of. So we resubmitted the bill again, and then we just resubmitted the bill last week again for the catch basin that was done on the North 16th on Main Street. So we're hoping that anytime soon,
We have
hoping by
plans
July.
in place for those reimbursements, so it's not a question as to whether we're gonna get it or not, it's just when they're gonna disperse reimbursement.
I would like to say that because we're not spending $3 million in hot top, we need to make a good effort on shimming and rebasing certain areas that are in great need of repairs. And I think along those lines, is it fair to assume that in our next budget cycle that the hot top account will be intact or not?
So what we have right now is because of the situation with the budget process and the economy because of COVID, we're sort of in a holding pattern with waiting for some updated figures from Main Revenue Services as to what kind of cuts we're looking at for programs that are funded, such as revenue sharing, local road assistance, that we know are going to be cut. We just don't know how much, and we're not going to know until the Main Revenue, the Forecasting Committee for Main Revenue Services meets again in July. And so we can move forward with assumptions on revenue, or we can wait to see what Revenue Services will put out for revenue projections, okay? That puts the budget process back a little bit, unfortunately, if we're going to wait. Now, we're going to be in a continuing resolution with the governor's executive order that says that if towns cannot adopt their budget because they can't have town meeting or whatever, that the towns can operate off last year's budget until the new budget is adopted.
Yes.
So the concern here, and so we're now in the construction season, which is short, and if we would be making an assumption, okay, that those kinds of capital outlay projects would be funded at town meeting. Okay, so yes, while true, we will be in a continuing resolution as of July 1, which allows us to operate under last year's budget. Once the new budget is adopted, it takes over. So without really knowing what will ultimately pass at town meeting.
I understand that it's not clear. I understand that, but we have to take a certain direction. We have to make some decisions because we can't keep the Public Works Department guessing what they're doing day to day. And we have a lot of roads that need to be fixed, and I don't see anything wrong taking our last year's budget and subtracting 10% and moving with that figure, moving forward for this summer. And there are decisions that need to be made. And actually, they should be working on it right now. Because yes, the season is short.
Well, let's try to put things in perspective, David. When we go through a process of budget, the money that is appropriate at town meeting can only be spent after July 1st.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I think you'll agree with that.
Yeah.
And the remaining Public Works current budget with anticipated
for this year
revenues coming in
for this year
is $80-some-odd thousand.
Okay, but after July 1st.
That's a different budget.
Okay, well, that's the budget I'm talking about.
Okay. That has not yet been approved.
Exactly. Continuing resolution is the term. So we're continuing our budget from the year before, and let's take 10% off to be more conservative, and let's proceed with that number and get our roads done this summer.
I know what you're saying.
And I don't think it's fair that we target the hot top account and the road account first if we're short somewheres. I don't think it's fair. That amount has to stay there, and that's why we're in trouble today, because in the past, it's always been the first account that we raid. It shouldn't be raided. If our budget for next year is tight, it's tight. It has to be, it's going to be tight. We all know that. And there's no way around it. I mean, we need roads to ride around in, and if we're not fixing our roads, repairing our roads.
The scenario unfolds like this. We go to town meeting, August. July, hopefully, but let's say August.
August, September, and then it's too late.
And our budgets are not approved.
Our budgets are not approved?
Are not approved at town meeting.
Well, according to state regulation, we're on continuing resolution, and we're fine and legal with that.
Okay, well, that can create headaches too.
Well, that's why I'm offering a 10% reduction, so that we have a little wiggle room in there to cut it back if we have to cut it 10%.
So Kevin, what you're asking is guidance as to how much money you have to be able to work with and where those priorities would be. Okay, you must know where those priorities are.
It's little to no cost, digging in the roads, installing pipes for drainage or stuff like that. But the thing is I just need to know a direction to take. Because I can do a lot of digging and it'll cost barely nothing. You know, the fuel is already there, the manpower, the material, we have somewhat of material that we're able to get by. But where it's gonna get expensive is when we start trimming and, you know, hot topping to patch and seal that up for the winter. But I've got, you know, like I said, if I get the okay to get started, we've got all kinds of places that we can start.
This is your list here, right? This is the whole list?
That's what I put together that I propose to start with. I've got all kinds of work and I probably won't finish all of it this year, but we'll do the best we can with what we have to work with. But I gotta have a starting point and know where, you know, where to go and where to start.
We gotta start somewhere, I agree though. We gotta get something done.
So, Kevin, I see like you have, like I'm just trying to do the math. You have dollar figures on the first 3 items on the first page and nothing on number 4 and number 5. Is that just oversight, or is there, because you have that material already?
Nope, that was, I did that in priority.
Okay.
You know, like, I was thinking that what, you know, the first 2, I was hoping to attack, if I had money left, would be the 3rd one. I should have probably, you know, said that, but that was like my, you know, first priority, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, for the in-town and out-of-town.
And what's the total usually, like Dave is saying, use last year's budget less 10%. What is normally that figure?
For the hot dog?
Yeah.
Was $350 or $325 in the past.
I believe it's 325.
Yeah.
That was last year's budget.
And that's just hot topping, that's not including what's in the ground, that's just paving.
That's not including the prep.
Yeah.
So if I, you know, on top you have 370 tons with a figure, if I add those figures to the bottom, that first page, considering what you have left over, you're not even close to going over that. And like budget-wise, I mean, you're at 283, so you'd only be using 200 from next year, which
My
is,
plan was
so
is
that's,
that
I mean,
what we usually do is that it's 150 in the back roads, 150 in town.
Yep.
So I was planning on taking $100,000 in town for hot topping and 100,000 in the back roads, and then keeping 50,000 for trimming and preparing to tackle just the small areas to seal that for now. And then on top of that, usually we take out probably $7,500 a year for cold patch and we're in repairing to make berms and stuff like that. Because I knew I had about 300,000. If I do 100 of hot top in the back roads in the town, that's 200. Then I got $50,000 to prepare and to trim. You know, you can go quite a ways with that.
and it leaves you 50 as a cushion.
Yes.
Plus you're not considering this first 83 that you have left over.
Exactly.
So you really have $130,000 cushion, which, I mean, I don't think that's, I don't feel like that's a problem. That's a lot more than a 10%.
I'm just trying to do what's important, because I gotta have time for stuff to settle before we hot top, and we're prioritizing and trying to do the most we can with what we have to do.
So what would you do if we did nothing?
We've got all kinds of maintenance to do.
No, but I mean, with the roads, considering the roads, I mean, would you do anything to them at all? Would you just leave them like they are? Do you grade them? Do you fill the holes? What would you do if we just said, don't do any of these projects that we're considering?
We'll probably put cold patch and pass the grader on the back roads, and you know what I mean? We've got plenty of other work to do.
No, I'm not disputing that. All I'm questioning is what happens if this board was to say, let's not appropriate anything at this point and just grade it, patch it, and we'll live with it till we actually are able to appropriate dollars.
I think that we'd be in big trouble in the next few years, because our roads would really take a hit.
Yeah, but these roads have been neglected now for like 10 years.
Yeah, but they've gotten a lot worse. If you take let's say for instance on Guyana Road, if you take a ride up there, you know, the upper or the top layer of hot top is coming off the base, and now you have these scabs that you can't put cold patch in, because every time it rains it comes right back out. So you're good for a week, you know, you're just putting a band-aid for a week or two. And I've noticed that the truck ruts have gotten a lot worse with the traffic rides. There's places you can let the steering wheel go and the car will follow in its tracks. And you don't see it visibly until like you start looking and say, look, that, you know, and that. But they are getting a lot worse. I mean, it's...
You know, what I'm concerned about sometimes is that if you allocate the amount of money that you're talking about, which is very minimal, and I appreciate that figure, but what are you really doing? You know, are you accomplishing something that's valuable, it's going to hold for a few years, or are we just doing this to make it through to next year?
I'd like to answer that for you, Doug. There are a lot of places in the road where we have collapsed shoulders that need to be shinned. There are some spots that need to be dug out, maybe 50 feet long, and rebased and hot top temporarily. These are all things that need to be done before we even consider borrowing $1, $2, or $3 million to do a straight over, okay? And this is the ideal time to do it, this summer. And I think it would make the public a lot more happy, let's put it that way, because then you have the really bad spots all fixed up. And I think this would put us in a really good position. Now, none of this can, maybe a lot of this cannot be done unless we buy a piece of equipment, which will cost us $20,000, which could be put into the hot top road account, I believe. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I think this is doing something that will cost minimal and will have a great effect for it. This is not wasted money. This is
Is
well
that something,
spent
Kevin,
money.
you were considering? A piece of equipment for $20,000? I'm not sure what Dave's talking about.
We had talked about with Gary and, you know, we had talked that if we possibly would buy a paver or use a paver just to ship our roads, do it in-house.
So that's been in the thought process?
Well, it's been in the thought process. I mean, it was brought up on the table. What's happening is that a lot of these companies don't want to drive a shim on the road because there's no money to be made with that. They're paying all this labor, you know what I'm saying? And it's not worth it for them.
And this would enable them to do this in their time, not in the contractor's time, not next fall, late next fall, but this could be done throughout the summer, on their schedule, on their timetable.
Because originally I had thought of I've watched on videos that some towns and cities they'll take a grader and spread out hot mix, spread it with the grader and then roll it, you know, just to seal your problem areas. And that's how that all, you know, I had thought and spoke with Gary with that. I'm just trying to do what I can to try to maintain and keep the roads drivable and not let them go all to hell in the next couple of years before we can come up with money and have a plan of action that we can afford.
I think some of the preliminary numbers too are very favorable in the amount of money we're saving by having our own equipment. I don't want to say 50%, but pretty close to 50% of the job will be saved because we have our own equipment. We're going to pay the labor anyways, either they are digging ditches or fixing roads, one way or the other. But as far as that's concerned, I think we'll be going twice as far with the same amount of money. And I think it would put us in a really good position for next winter for our roads. And for next summer when we want to go ahead and maybe do some hot topping from point A to point B. I see no value in hot topping a road when we have to go through collapsed shoulders and spots that are full of holes and full of water, and we're just going over that in one coat. I see no value of that at all. I think it lasts probably 2 or 3 years, and you're back to the same problem. What we want to do is do a job that will last 15 or 20 years. That's what we want to do.
Yeah. Okay, well, what do we want to do?
I would propose that we say, I mean, to Dave's point of less 10%, let's go less 30. Let's say use 70% of next year's budget plus what you have left, gives him all the money he wants for the projects that he's doing here, plus the piece of equipment, and there's a little bit of buffer there. And we're less 30% if, you know, I feel comfortable with that.
Do you, Gary, feel comfortable?
I think 10 is tight.
With that thought process?
Look, we work so hard on a plan to redo our roads. We put a lot of thought process behind that. I'm all about fixing our roads, okay? No doubt that we got behind over the last decade. We're making a big assumption that those dollars are going to get approved at the town meeting. Okay, so I'm just going to put it out there, and it's the will of the board. I'm fine with it. Okay, but we're making an assumption that those dollars are going to be there for the town at town meeting. Okay, we still don't know what the revenue side of things looks like. We know that the road assistance program by the DOT is going to be cut. They haven't told us how much. We get about $89,000, I think, for that. don't know what that cut looks like yet. Okay, so I'm hopeful, you know, in talking with, we Zoom meet with other town managers, MMA, and sometimes members of the delegation or their staffers. Last week we were able to Zoom with one of Susan Collins' staffers down in DC, and you know they're hoping to take up the CARES, the SMART Act, the Senate put out in DC that would provide some stabilization funding to state and local government, county government, and it looks like there's bipartisan support for that. I'm very hopeful that through all of this, there's going to be some funds that come in that will stabilize our budgets to the point that we can breathe a little bit. But none of those things are set in stone yet, okay? So to the extent that this board wants to move forward with fixing roads, count me in. But know that my concern is what's going to happen if those monies, if the sky is falling come July and the revenue picture looks really bad and we have to make some pretty big assumptions or some cuts, that is that line item in the town's budget going to pass at the town meeting? That's my only concern.
Okay.
There's a lot of support in town to get our roads fixed. I don't think this is a matter of if. I think the people want their roads fixed. It's not an if.
All right, we had,
Hi, Kev. Is this your summer project, all of it? Like you said, you might not get through this. What is the timeline of all of this, of your 300 you need and your, because maybe we can go 50% and then in July, we'll look at it again.
Well, I would propose that if I could at least start digging the bigger problem areas, because a lot of that is just labor in-house and, you know, gravel, you know, it's very minimal amount. I would tackle the biggest problem areas, and that would give me probably about 3-4 weeks of work. And by then, by July, we'll know more what's going on. And if it doesn't look good, we'll just tackle the big areas this year, seal it up with hot top, and then back off until we're more certain of what's going on with the funding and all that.
Okay. So let me.
Because I've got plenty of places that.
Let me suggest this. We've hot topped really late before. We've hot topped into September, late September. We've even hot topped into October, which we prefer not to. Quite frankly, right now with the schedule for pavers out there, we'd be lucky to get somebody to come in here in July or August. Okay, a paving contractor.
That's why, Gary, that's why we're offering to buy a piece of equipment so we can do it on our own terms and in our own schedule. And it's not just about hot topping, it's about fixing. Mm-hmm. Going a little deeper than the hot top and then having the equipment to finish it.
Okay, could you let me finish though, Dave? Because I was going somewhere.
Go ahead.
Okay, we have $83,000 in reserve. We do have an IOU from the state of Maine.
Yeah.
But we know that money is good. Okay, so we can get to work early with that $83,000 that we know that we have right now.
Yeah.
Okay, we can get to work on that. And you know, we may start moving forward with our budget process here soon and get some idea as to how things are going, and we're going to get a picture hopefully sooner than later on revenue. And that might, the timing of that might coincide well where, okay, finally now we can breathe, we feel good about making some assumptions and we can move forward. But at least in the short term, he can get started with what he has in reserves.
Absolutely.
Okay? And the paving would only happen later if we were to contract it out.
It would have to happen after July 1st because he has no money in the next year.
I'll take one. Sorry, Mr. Dio, I didn't know you were, just one more comment, please.
Okay, well, when it comes to the roads, our roads have been neglected here in Madawaska for the last 20 years, and that was all driven from the very top, Secondly, I think that it's time for the Board of Selectmen to start listening to these men that have been at it in the ditches, literally. I see that man on the street every single morning at 4:30. So I think it's time that the Board of Selectmen starts to listen to the people that are there in the trenches, literally. Time has proven conclusively that neglect of our roads will cost us at least triple. It's the equivalent of a leaking roof. Yeah, you can neglect it for a year or two, but when you get to it, you're going to have boards to replace, you'll have rafters to replace, so that's where we're at with our roads in Madawaska. Now, I am actually feeling opposition from the town manager as far as the funding. He's not in favor of the funding, but yet at the last meeting, we were ready to borrow $3.2 million. With no problem, we're getting money from revenue sharing and this and that. And I think he's disappointed that that didn't go through.
Okay, thank you. You are done for now. The board's gonna make a decision.
Given to an individual on the floor, the chair does not have the right to reclaim the floor until the individual relinquishes the floor back to the chairman. So we need to look at our roads. And I resent the statement that you made pertaining to supposing a scenario that we come to town meeting and the townspeople turn down the money for the hot topping, and we've already started. Well, let's start with half. Never mind the 10%. Lori had a good figure there. Let's go at 50%, and when the money comes in, there's a public outcry in this community right now about the conditions of our roads, and we need to look at it. We need to look to it, and we need to fix it. And if worst case scenario, if it's turned down by the taxpayers, well, we'll have an amphitheater to sell to fix our roads.
Thank you, Mr. Dio. All right, what do you guys want to do? By consensus, allow Kevin to move forward with what he's suggesting to do with the funds he has and the anticipated money coming in at, what are you talking about, 50% less?
I mean, this was for the whole summer, correct?
Yeah.
So let's just, I mean, what do you need for the month until we have our next meeting?
10,000, 15,000, that'll bring me till July, because like I said, a lot of it is just labor, fuel cost, minimal on pipe, a few $1,000s of gravel. I mean, we can get by for that. And trust me, we're gonna do whatever we can to do it the right way, but also keep the cost down.
So I would make a
I don't see
motion that.
anything wrong with him spending the $83,000 that's already in that.
Right, plus 15.
Let him spend that or not spend it till July 1st. And after July 1st, I see nothing wrong in committing 80% of our usual budget towards the roads and let this guy do what he does best, fixing roads, and let's do it right. And if it's going to be a stop and a start and a stop and a start, your schedule is out the window. I mean, you're going to be wasting all kinds of time. So the guy needs a yes or a no. I mean, are we going to fix our roads or not?
We're all saying yes.
Okay, so let's fix our roads and let's
make a
spend.
motion. Make a motion.
I make a motion that we spend the rest of the money on fixing roads in today's budget, and that we allow him to spend $280,000 starting July 1st in the next budget.
280,000 would be
Yes.
what?
To do
of
roads,
last year's budget?
To fix roads, to hot top, to shim, to rebase.
That's
to buy a piece of equipment so that he can go twice as far
Okay,
as
Paul.
hiring
Yeah, I know where this is. Thank you.
subcontractors, okay?
Yeah.
All of that.
Okay. There's a motion. Is there a second?
I just disagree with the 280.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we can give Kevin the month, like, we know it's probably gonna come, but give him what he needs to work for the next month or so, and then at the next meeting, we'll talk to him again. I mean, he's not asking for the whole 280, that's not even 10%, Dave. You were saying 10% a while ago, and now you're.
10% off of the 325, that gives him 300, just a little bit under 3. I'm saying 280 now. You want to make it 250, make it 250.
Okay, before we continue with our discussion, we have a motion. Is there a second to that motion? Seeing done, the motion doesn't go anywhere. Is there another motion to move forward?
Go ahead.
Well, I'm comfortable making a motion that he spends the 83 and we give him an extra, 25,000.
I guess really what I'm questioning is you're trying to wait for what? At this point, you want him to come back to us with a figure in a month from now?
No, we know how much he needs. Gary has a good point of waiting for the main figures to come in. We may get no money from them whatsoever. If we don't get money from them, that's a whole mill, right? So who are we to sit here and say, now we're gonna raise taxes a mill to do roads we decided to do, right? It's really kind of not fair to the taxpayer. We don't have to commit money today, because Kevin's not gonna go out and spend $380,000 today. So let's just put the guys to work for a month, let him start his priorities. He's not gonna run out of money or stop working, and maybe the next meeting we'll have better figures. And if we don't,
I'm sorry,
then
but
I agree with
explain
Dave.
to me what you mean by that figure. What does that mean, that figure?
Main revenue services,
Oh, okay,
they
from
usually
main
give us,
revenue,
you know, $300,000,
Yep. No, I
which
understand.
we might not see. That's a whole mill.
Yep. No, I understand.
If we go spend
Are you
that,
saying, Laurie, that if we don't get main revenue sharing coming in, that we're gonna scrap our
Share
hot
it,
top
yeah.
account completely?
no, that's not what I'm
Well,
saying.
that's what I'm hearing. You're saying 1 mil, and 1 mil is the hot top account. And this is something that we've funded year over year over year, the same amount for hot topping, and I don't see why we should be reducing it. Not by more than 10%, if everybody else gets cut 10% first.
He's not
The
asking
hot
for
top
that whole
account should
amount
not
right
be
now.
used as a slush fund.
He's not asking for the whole amount, Dave.
We're talking about a dollar amount or dollar amounts that are going to be discussed during the budget process that we need to start as soon as we can.
Which will be finished probably by the end of August, and our summer will be mostly gone.
Okay, well, is there another motion to allow Kevin? Lord, you want to make what your thought process was in a form of a motion?
I'm willing to go at this point, you know, to Dave's point, I get it. I'm willing to go 50% of next year's budget. I mean, that keeps Kevin going for a couple of months until we hear what the revenue sharing is.
Plus whatever he has in his
Plus, well,
account
he
now.
already has that,
Yeah,
so.
yeah. There's a second to that.
I just need to remind you, okay, that I'm supportive of fixing roads, but you're taking an action that has a price tag. And the longer we wait for the town meeting, the longer this process draws out, the longer it takes to send out tax bills and to get money coming back into the coffers. So I am also mindful of cash flow here. So listen,
Well, cash flow, we've addressed cash flow in the past with tax increment financing, and if, not tax increment, what's it called
Yeah,
again?
but the only time we can
Tax
do that, David.
anticipation note.
Yeah, but the only time we can do that, Dave, is
Is
when we have
after
a
the
passed
town
budget.
meeting.
When we have a passed budget.
Yeah.
That we don't have yet.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it'll have to be done after the town meeting, I understand that.
Yeah.
So that should not be an issue. I'm gonna second Laurie's motion for 150 in next year's budget, and the 82 in this year's budget.
Motion and a second. Any more discussion?
Does that work for you?
I won't even go through.
Yeah, you won't use it, so.
Well, you'll have enough to plan more than 2 days ahead of time, you know, if we're keeping the rope so tight that he can't spend a week ahead of time, and I don't know what I'm doing the next 3 weeks, and the next 2 weeks, he needs to plan his work.
That's what happens, you know, when we get tackled with the idea that, you know, we need to cut this budget, cut this budget, cut this budget. Well, yeah, well, this is part of it. I mean, it's nice to think that we all have nice roads, but when people start
We're not
talking
gonna
about
have
cutting
nice
taxes,
roads. We're
this
just gonna
is
have
this is
decent
part of the
roads.
picture.
Yeah, we're not making something pretty here, we're just making something practical.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's go to a vote. All in favor? Carried.
Kevin.
I'm looking at who's here. I'd like to, Mr. Mador, I'd like to move you on the, we do have you for Article 8 to consider a land use agreement for the sewer department, Endico septage site. Do you want to speak to that?
I'm hoping to seek board approval. The proposal is that the Willett Farms would be able to farm 40 acres and to a barter premise that they would care for the Endico site. I don't want the fields to turn into brush or branches, because then it's part of maintaining our site license, keep it in good repair. And with speaking with Dave Willett of Willett Farms, he agreed, there's an agreement, not legal at this point, but verbal understanding that we came to, that in lieu, with his services to care for the land, he'd be allowed to plant and farm the other 40 acres. And that, I think that would be a win-win for the town, my department, and Willett Farms.
You're okay with that?
I spoke with the town manager. He strongly recommended, and I agreed, that a legal document, because of the term of the then agreement, he suggested we go to a contract, and it requires board approval to have that happen. And I'm here asking for that.
Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we do what was proposed here.
Second.
Motion by Dave, seconded by Doug. All in favor, or more discussion?
I'm going to abstain just because I sit with Dave pretty much every day, and I think I would give Dave whatever he wants, so. just for the sake of, you know, not looking like I'm.
Conflict of interest. I'm sorry.
All right. So 3 in favor, 1 abstain. I need a motion to continue our meeting above and beyond the 2 hours, which we're already beyond.
So moved.
Moved by Doug. Is there a second?
I'll second.
David, all in favor to extend our meeting? Carried. Thank you, Mark. Yeah, appreciate it.
That was easy.
Yeah, let's do Article 9. To consider the police department request to change main PERS retirement plan for new officers. Are you guys speaking on this, or just you, Jamie?
Ooh.
Find it, though.
I was hoping that there's a PowerPoint, but.
Well, we've got the.
We have it all,
We have the
though.
slides.
Yeah.
I was able to read it.
So if you'd allow me just a few minutes, I'll kind of just go through this. Since you've already reviewed everything, I'll just kind of go through it quickly. And then if there are any questions, we can try to answer them. I may not have all the answers to your questions, but we can certainly get them if I don't know them already. So can I start anytime?
Yeah.
Okay. So the first slide I have with the big question mark is, why are we proposing a change? So my introduction was, I'm not going to read it word for word, but basically what's happening, what we're starting to see, and it's a nationwide trend, is that we're having a hard time finding police officers because of all kinds of different things. But I think a lot of it is that people do not really desire our profession. And I think it's fair to say that we're kind of a rare breed these days. Things that have been going on throughout the country in the last few days or last few weeks really don't help things at all. We find right now that we're advertising for employees, and we're finding that nobody is applying. And then what we call poaching from other departments, we've tried that as well. And usually, if you have better benefits or better pay, you can kind of entice somebody to come over to your department from another one. But we're at the point now where we're a little bit below the average as far as salaries go, but where we're way behind the ball as far as the average in Aroostook County is with our retirement. So what happened is that back in September we lost one of our 10-year veteran officers. He resigned to go do work that's not police work. He went off to do some stuff in the private sector. To have a guy that's going to stick around for 10 years, it's kind of hard to come by these days. So Chief Dubois and I, we sat down and we thought, well, what can we do to try to fill this position? So we discussed the wages, like I said, and our wages are fair. We're in the ballpark. We're a little bit under, but the other thing we looked at was health benefits. And most of our young guys are single, so they're under the plan where they don't pay anything. So we have no incentive for them because they're getting the best incentive already with the 100% covered plan. So we looked at retirement. So I took it upon myself to start polling other departments. I think it would be safe to say that we're the only department in the state of Maine that's requiring our police officers to work till the age of 65. I can't say that for 100%, but I can say it for 100% that at least in Aroostook County, that's the case. So if we go through the slides, I'm kind of getting off track, but basically what it is, what we're asking for, the reason why we're doing this is for retention. We want to retain our officers. We don't want our officers to leave and go up the road to Fort Kent or down the road to Van Buren and be offered a retirement package that is better than ours. And the difference in the retirement package is, with ours, is we're requiring our officers to work until the age of 65. So aside from Chief Dubois and I, the average age of our police officers is 25 years old. So we're asking them to work for another 40 years, in what's a taxing profession. We're asking for them to work 10 years older than the national average, because the statistics show nationally that police officers will retire at the age of 55 years old, and those officers had worked for an average of 26.4 years in law enforcement. So right now we're currently requiring our officers to work for 40 years until the age of 65. So the retirement age would be 10 years older than the national average, and their career would be 15 years longer than the national average. I've told the different departments around the county, starting with Fort Kent, they offer a 25 years of service, no minimum age requirement. Van Buren PD is 25 years of service, no minimum age requirement. River PD is 25 years of service, no minimum age. Presque Isle PD, 25 years of service, no minimum age. Fulton PD, 25 years of service, no minimum age. Aroostook County Sheriff's Office, 25 years, no minimum age. Maine State Police, 25 years of service, no minimum age. Customs and Border Protection is 20 years, no minimum age. And then we get to Madawaska PD, it's a 25 years of service and a minimum age of 65 years old. I think the reason why we need to try to retain our officers, there's obviously a nationwide inability to fill vacancies. It's not only us, it's everywhere. It's down 30%. And the cost to train a new officer at the Maine Criminal Justice Academy is about $40,000. So if one of our guys leaves here to go to another department and we hire somebody that's fresh off the street, we're looking at investing $40,000 into this officer. And like I said, the guys right now can go 20 miles in either direction and work, for about the same pay, but a better retirement. So they'd be retiring at the age of somewhere between 50 and 55 rather than 65. Another there are some disqualifying standards as well. So we hire a guy that kind of comes into the PD, he's a good guy, looks good on paper, has a nice resume, and then we put him through the polygraph, which is mandated by the state, and through the academy. We put him through a psychiatric evaluation, we put him through a physical fitness test. All these standards they have to meet before they're accepted to the academy. A lot of people don't meet those standards. So, what percentage of police applicants get hired? So 35% of test takers pass the exam, only 10% of those applicants are offered jobs, according to a career police officer on the police recruiter blog. Then you look at the physical fitness standards, the psychological evaluations, the polygraph tests. Just in the last 3 years, we've hired 4 officers that we haven't been able to keep because of those requirements. We haven't been able to meet those requirements. So, it's difficult getting people. Then you got to look at the larger agencies, the federal agencies. A lot of good candidates choose to work for state or federal agencies. We as a small municipality, we can't compete with the wages and benefits that the larger agencies and the federal agencies are offering their applicants. So last fall I called Maine PERS and I started asking, well, what would it take for us to change our retirement and just kind of get rid of that 65 minimum age requirement and let the guys retire at 25 years of service, or they can continue after 25 years if they so choose. So the state, Maine PERS, required us to pay $1,000 to do an actuarial study. So we paid that, the officers of the PD paid that out of our own pocket. So we paid $1,000 to have the study done. Maine PERS came back after the study was completed with two scenarios. First scenario was the town could pay $340,000 to retroactive everybody's retirements and put everybody under a 25-year. There was no way that we were going to ask the town to put that money towards our retirement, $340,000. Even though they said that they could put us on a 15-year payment plan, which would have been about $3,000 a month for 15 years. To us, that wasn't acceptable. You know, we want a fair wage, we want fair benefits, we want a fair retirement. But we didn't feel that we wanted to go that route. So the other plan they offered was what they call a moving forward plan. So it would be the plan 3C. So we don't have to pay anything back to them. There's no back pay. It would start whenever this would get approved moving forward. The difference would be is that the employee contribution would increase by 2.2%, but the employer contribution would increase by 2.8%. So that's what we're asking is for the town to pay an additional 2.8% towards our retirement. So currently we are looking at, for the department, for the year 2018, 2019, the employee contribution was $25,974.43. And the employer contribution was $32,468. $32,468.23. The projected, if this would be approved by the board and we get on to the new special 3C plan, the employees would be, we would contribute $27,996, and the employer would be asked to contribute $37,721. So the difference that we would be, the officers, we would be paying $2,022 additional. So we're taking some of the, some of that upon ourselves by paying a higher percentage. We'd be asking the town to pay an additional $5,253. Yeah.
I know Jamie's using a lot of the big numbers, but with the officers, it comes out to approximately 40 cents an hour that the town would be picking up per officer in the for wages. That's what it would cost.
So yeah, I was actually breaking it down. So everybody was rated big numbers. That's why I started at $340,000 and kind of working our way down to the $5,000 divided by 6 officers would be $875, which, like Chief Uba said, is equivalent to about 40 cents per hour that we would be asking be contributed to the officers' retirement benefit. Not an additional 40 cents per hour in our paycheck, but towards our retirement. So that's about it.
So my two big concerns with the department are recruiting and retention, like Jamie said. So far, we've been lucky. We've gotten good candidates. This is, I think our young officers understand that this is an excellent town to work for. We've always had good support from the community. We have a really good culture at the police department, and the officers enjoy coming in and working. I don't think any of our young officers have any plans on leaving us right now. If we have another opening, I think that's when we're going to run into trouble trying to find another qualified candidate. If we can't offer something that matches what Fort Kent offers and Van Buren offers.
We're basically asking for the town to invest in the future of our police department. Within the next 10 years, Ross and I will likely meet our retirement requirements and we'll be gone. And then you got guys that are, currently 25 years old that are hopefully going to stick around for a while. And that's what we want. That's what we're looking for. We just want to keep our guys. We don't want them to go up the road. We want them to stay with us. We have a great crew of guys. They're intelligent, they're passionate, they're exactly what we want for officers. And, we're just asking to, like I said earlier, we just want to be fair with everybody else, and we want to be competitive with everybody else and keep our guys. And this change actually doesn't benefit Ross or I at all. But we still, it's all or none. So we have to get into the new plan, so we have to contribute more. but we're still gonna retire at our regular plan.
So I think by main PERS rules that this needs to be put on the warrant for the town to vote on. So that's what we were asking, to have this put on the warrant, to let the community decide.
So just to add on that a little bit, there are typically two enrollment periods for this that change. It was January 1 or July 1. And so Maine PERS had asked that we have ratification of this in place for July 1. Typically, normal town meeting season is June. I expressed to them that because of the COVID situation, that was not going to happen. They replied quickly back and they said that, you know, they understand the situation, and their board of directors is basically, they're going to allow for this year only a retroactivity. Basically, in other words, if this were to happen in town meeting and would be approved in July, August, that it could be for July 1, but it does need town voter approval. It needs to be considered by you first, and you would decide to put it on the town's on the warrant. And I would support them in their effort. It is hard to recruit. Sometimes we have to hire people that have already been to the academy, and we have to pay them out. Pay out the other police departments that have made those investments in the academy, and that's costly too. And so when we can afford to retain and recruit without having to pay other communities for the investments that they've made in their officers for the academy, that pays itself off. So I'm going to throw my support behind the police department on this one. I think it makes sense.
Are we looking for a motion here, Don?
We would have to, yeah.
I make a motion that we move on this proposal that was proposed here today. I think it's important that we stay competitive and that our officers are well taken care of. So let's put them on the agenda for the next,
For a warrant article.
Another article, yeah. And also I recommend that we follow the plan that was presented here by Officer Jamie Feltzy.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
Second by Lori. Any more discussion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, officer.
Thank you.
That's where we're going right now, to Article 7. Sam, you still here? There he is, right there, okay.
So I have an update for how the rec department would like to proceed with our summer camp this summer. Throughout the past couple months, myself and Diane have sat in on numerous Zoom calls from different communities throughout the state of Maine, and with the information that they've got from the Maine CDC, it's clear that each community is kind of doing their own thing. So we decided to make a survey and leave it up to the townspeople to see what they would like to do and how they felt about the whole COVID situation and sending their kids to summer camp this summer. So I provided you guys with the results of the survey. Would you like me to read each question and go through it, or should I just kind of summarize the?
Do we need? Have you looked at it before?
I read it all.
I read it too, Sam.
Yep, I read it too, yeah.
Okay, so basically the consensus was that option A was the overwhelming favorite amongst the parents in the community. So that would mean there would be rec on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, with Wednesday being designated as a cleaning day for the facility and the equipment that had been used. We'd separate it so there would only be half days. Ages 4 to 7 would attend camp from 9 to 12, with lunch being served at 11:30. Ages 8 to 12 would attend camp from 12:30 to 3:30, with lunch being served at 12:30. There would be no longer breakfast being served for the summer. The multipurpose would be divided in half this way, so like the front half would be used for where the kids would come into camp, and then it would also be, the front half would also be divided in half for the younger kids in one section and the older kids in the other, since we wouldn't have time to sanitize the area before the next group would come in. And then the back would be for activities that would be inside, as well as activities that we could do outside. So campers and staff would be placed in small groups, and the campers would remain in those small groups throughout the duration of the 6-week summer program. That's in the event of an outbreak, contact tracing would be easier to, it would be possible by isolating that particular group if that were to come about. And then the activities that we would do with the kids would be ones that social distancing is possible. So that limits us, but we've been getting a lot of information from the main rec association, and they have a lot of creative ideas, as well as me and Diane have been going back and forth throughout the couple months that we had been home. So we have a lot of ideas to try to keep this summer program still fun for the kids while adhering to the social distancing guidelines. So that's basically what we have proposed. There's some key differences between how we would run our normal program to how our modified program would look this year. First of all, no full day camp, just half day. We'd be closed on Wednesdays for cleaning purposes. No breakfast served. No traveling for activities like usual. We would go, usually every Friday, we would go on an excursion outside of the rec somewhere in the local area. That would no longer be possible, seeing as the social distancing and no buses being allowed. And then only social distance approved activities. We are proposing a revised camp price of $100. That's up $5 from the normal, last year's half-day camp price. I think it would just be, it hasn't been revised in a number of years, and we just feel like even $100 would be not only a fair price, but it would just make it easier for all the parents and staff and us, and so that's what we're proposing. And then the second question that we had on the survey was a checklist of what the parents deem necessary for them to feel safe sending their kids to summer camp, and we're placing a large emphasis on stringent cleaning protocols, as well as temperature readings as the campers arrive on site in the mornings and in the afternoons.
Are we looking, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
Are we looking for a motion to put this in motion?
Yeah, to approve the plan, to move forward.
And we're in compliance with most of the rules and regs and all this, so
That's what
I
I'm
make a
hearing.
motion that we go ahead and implement this plan and as stated.
Motion by David, is there a second?
Yep,
Doug? Any questions? All in favor? It's approved. Thank you, Sam.
Discussed though is the issue about reopening the gym. The recent CDC guidelines stated that the fitness centers were able to reopen on the 12th of June. I presented you guys with a packet of, it's not the whole guidelines, but it's the ones that I thought were the most important pertaining to our fitness center in Madawaska. I don't have a proposal for you as to what to do about reopening. I'm more here just, I would like to get your opinions on what you think about how we could proceed. We have some ideas that we have to put in place to how to try to follow all the guidelines as best we can. Some of them we're not going to be able to fully comply with, seeing as there's, just let me get the packet out here. The one big one that is stated here for patrons, face coverings, says face coverings are required when physical distancing is difficult to maintain. However, if patrons are engaged in vigorous fitness activities that are not compatible with the use of face coverings, the physical distance between patrons must be increased to 14 feet as respiratory droplets can spread further during strenuous exercise. So that would basically be almost any exercise that you do in the gym. And running on the treadmill with a mask on is not something that most people, I think, would want to be doing. So that poses something that's difficult to comply with. Our maintenance guys have separated the equipment in the cardio room so that they're 6 feet apart. So that would comply with these guidelines if everyone would wear a mask. But if we require that, then so be it. And if you feel like you don't want to go to the gym because of that, then that is your decision. But I guess I just would like your opinions on that.
Well, it says, what I've read is that if they're wearing the face masks, they can keep their 6 foot distance, that would be okay. But depending on the type of exercise and the type of exertion, that if they don't wear the face mask or the face covering, they'd have to keep at least 14 feet apart. Is that possible?
No. In the weight room, it's, if we put barriers between some of the workout stations, equipment, it wouldn't be 14 feet, but at least there would be a barrier between the two people that were working out. To say that it would completely eliminate the risk is probably not true. They've done some studies where, infrared, if somebody sneezes, or coughs, the cloud of droplets, totally fills up the space in the room. And then you also have the issue with ventilation. It's the same air being circulated throughout the room, so that poses another issue that no barrier between the machines is going to solve. But we do have a waiver drawn up so that that would cover the town against any liability, at least we hope anyway. And so I know there's people that really want to go back to the gym, which myself included, and I realize that there's physical and emotional impacts that emotional health and mental health and physical health that people are missing because they have been inside for a couple months. So I do recognize that, but I just am not exactly sure how to proceed with these guidelines and what we have for a fitness center.
So, Mr. Chair, first of all, I want to commend the rec department, Sam and Diane, and their team for really, really pushing the envelope. They're trying to find a way to make these programs work. The rec programs and the fitness center. They've never, ever, I don't think they've ever were in a position to say there's just no way possible. They've always had an open mind, and I commend them for that. I've commended them for working through what are a series of very confusing executive orders that leave you wondering, and then just when you think you got it, another one comes along and whoops, you got to go back and rethink things. So I think Sam's message here is, we talked a lot about this, and I said, there's a desire for the fitness center to reopen, and again, this is one of those things that you have people that are very concerned and some that are not so concerned, that are users that frequent the fitness center. And so none of us felt that this was a decision that we could put forth, that we could make. We do have the waivers of liability that we would require. The users of the fitness center would have to know that these are the guidelines for using the fitness center. These are the CDC's guidelines. This is what we expect of you. It's going to be a self-policing thing. Now, it's important to recognize is that the guidelines that are there for fitness centers are typically for ones that are owner-operated business type of, there's somebody working there. Our fitness center doesn't operate that way. It sort of takes care of itself. We have custodians that go in and maintenance people that go in and take care of things and clean up and whatnot. And that's how we are able to keep our rates down and have, in many cases, have free rates for our seniors. So if this board was to entertain reopening, I guess the message here is that it would be that we don't expect it would be full compliance, okay? if somebody walks, if there's going to be somebody in there not wearing a mask, which is going to happen because you're exercising, you got to be 14 feet from the next person. Well, you could have 2 people in one classroom, because those are classrooms, okay? And that would limit each facility significantly. We're also aware that there are people who might be in there already wearing a mask and doing their thing, and somebody walks in that doesn't want to wear a mask. And what kind of situation does that create for those 2 people? So, the expectation, or what I've told Sam, is let the user agreement dictate how things are going to work. If you go in and there's somebody wearing a mask, you can be 6 feet apart. But if that person's not wearing a mask, then you need to be 14 feet apart. Pick a piece of equipment somewhere else, and then when things move around, somebody gets off, you can move. But they're going to have to police, the users are going to have to police themselves in order for this to work. And I think with some clear guidelines and expectations of how this is going to work, and an understanding that we're not going to police, they're going to have to police themselves and get along and make it work. It's possible, but I don't expect that we'll be fully compliant of the social distancing guidelines for fitness centers. And so we wanted this is the best that we can do. I've tasked them, we've worked together, we've looked at putting dividers, moving things around. They really challenged them to find solutions. But in the end, it's a fitness center where people are running and exercising, and there's fans in there keeping people cool, windows open and air's moving around. The stuff is if there's something there, it's gonna spread. There's no little divider that's going to keep this stuff from moving around. So we felt that having an open mind, we wanted to put it before this board for consideration. The date that we can reopen is June 12. We're going to do, if the desire is to reopen, we're going to do whatever we can to mitigate any risks, that what we can do, what's within our control. But it's going to be a team effort between the users and the fitness and the rec department to make this thing work. So with that said, we're asking for you as a board to give us a yay or nay as whether or not we're going to open the fitness center under the terms that we've just discussed.
So that's what you're looking for, just a vote? We don't need to bring this any further?
Nope.
Okay.
What are your feelings?
I make a motion that we move ahead to open June 12th with the proper precautions.
Motion by Dave, is there a second?
Second.
Lori? Any more discussion? All in favor? Carried. Discussions between the board members. Discussion is between the board members. Get closer. There's a chair right there.
It's only if you do have issues, though, Sam, like major things, you're going to bring it back up to us, right?
Absolutely.
Because this doesn't hurt to try.
Yeah, and there's probably going to be another executive order, later on down the line that probably loosens things up as well.
Either loosens it or stops us.
It's just, this is the only information that we're getting, so that's the only thing that we can base our decision on, and, unfortunately, that's what we have to work with at this point, and so we'll do the best we can to, like Gary said, mitigate the risk, and we'll open up.
Next item, please.
Yeah, we'll
Thank
move
you.
on. Fire chief is here. Jim? You're welcome. Jim, you've got a piece of equipment that you're talking about from Reliance Equipment that would need to be taken care of. Is that correct? And you need permission to take that money out of your reserve to be able to do that. That repair is between 17,100 and 18,100, and that's for the E4.
Is this, Jim, is this a pump that's not performing up to par?
Yeah, the pump is not pumping at all. The gears are crashing in between each other. Right now it's out of service. We have no service right now at the lake. have it down at the town garage. Thank God for Kevin and his crew. They're doing some other minor work on it that we can do in town. Have Frenchville and Grand Isle overlooking should we have something at the lake.
Yeah.
So it's just what it is, guys.
I make a motion that we move on this proposal to get this pump fixed.
Okay, is there a
Second.
second to that?
Second.
By Doug. Any more discussion between the board members? All set? All in favor? Thank you. Thank you, Jim.
Thanks, Jim.
I think we've pretty much gone through the potential people, the employees or whoever. Let's go back to we still have some articles under other business. To consider the sale of town properties by the Board of Selectmen, terms to be approved at the annual town meeting. Let's start with that one. Gary?
So we have a couple of properties where individuals are interested in purchasing. One is the property that we have in Frenchville, which is on the town line of Madawaska, and it's the former, it's the old town pit. And so we haven't really extracted any materials in there for a long time. There is a party that's interested in purchasing that property. They've been asking for a little while now. The legal opinion that we have, we wanted to make sure that we knew what the disposition or how we'd be able to sell the property, and it does need to go to town meeting. And so with that said, I think we would want to have this board consider whether or not we want to sell that property. Kevin is here, we can talk about the pit and that, you know, what's going on over there. Should we decide to put it on a town meeting warrant, we would want to know, we would want you guys to determine the terms of the sale. Are we doing sealed bid? Is there going to be a minimum bid? And those terms would be ratified by the townspeople. I know that there's an interest in having a decision on this sooner than later. The whole COVID thing is putting a monkey wrench into the town meeting process, which doesn't work very well right now. I'm not sure if there's anything that we can do to fast track that sale without having a town meeting at this point. Nothing that I've gotten legally that says that we can. We could lease the property. It's something that we could do if we wanted to. You guys as a board would have the discretion to do that. But the parties that are interested in the property who would be leased, the leasee, if you will, would have to understand, I guess, that if they make any improvements or if they spend monies there, that, you know, it's not a guarantee that if you guys decide to go by sealed bid for that property with a minimum bid, that they would be the ultimate purchaser of that property if they were to win the bid. So there is a possibility that if they wanted to get on that property, the persons that's interested in there, the contractors, that you could do that through a lease process right now. Fairly simple. I think we could have something drawn up. But that, you know, there is a risk by the leasee that, you know, they don't get the winning bid for that property if this board so chooses to put it to the town meeting, and assuming that the townspeople would support the sale of that property. We have another property in town which is over on undeveloped Canaan Street, over by Martin's, and there's a property owner there that would like to buy what shows on our map as an undeveloped road, an extension of Canaan Street, and there's an interest to buy that as well. Same thing applies here. We would have to go to town meeting. I have some information that I got from the assessing office and the code enforcement that we wanted to make sure that that area up there was in part of a subdivision in the past. That was typically when properties are developed or pieces of properties are developed, they're part of a subdivision plan that's approved. We haven't been able to find any subdivision plans for that. We've checked the registry of deeds. We've looked in our records, and we're not seeing anything there. So it's not like we would have to modify a subdivision plan or look for amendments to that to make this sale happen. It would be a pretty straightforward process, I believe.
Okay, well, we got the options, two options, if we want to consider even the possibility of selling these properties or leasing these properties.
The one on Cannon Street, let me expand on that a little bit. I think there would have to be some legal work to redefine the boundaries of that. I don't think the party is interested in, who is primarily interested in the whole length of it. So it might take some legal work to draft a deed to split the parcel, if you will, break off a piece. I don't think there needs to be, well, maybe there would need to be some survey work. We would have to, consider the cost of that as well.
Survey work is in the process of being done right now to survey the property. I think it would be minimal, but it would certainly be at the expense of the people receiving it, if they want more to subdivide it or whatever.
Right. So what I think the decision for you, the board, is, do you want to put that before the voters to sell? And I think we should let Kevin, I'll finish my part, and we'll let Kevin talk about the viability of the pit for our own use. Whether or not you, as a board, would decide to put that on the town's warrant for the voters to decide, and what would the terms be? Minimum bid, sealed bid, those kinds of things. I don't know if you necessarily need to have a decision here today. We have time. We're going to have another board meeting or two for sure before a town meeting. So I can work on the warrant language, plug in the details of it for the town meeting and for this board to reconsider at a later time. For now, at a very minimum, I wanted to get it out there for you. And if you give me the authorization to keep moving forward, we'll keep moving forward, developing that the article, if you will. And take it from there.
I think there was one property in Frenchville that you've been approached on already. Time is of the essence, and I don't know if there's any way that we can do something before we have a town meeting. I don't see any way we can move on this before we have a town meeting, except maybe doing a lease thing, but then that gets very complicated if it goes sideways. So it doesn't look like anything can be done here before we have a public town meeting, annual town meeting.
Kind of agree.
Well, it's either that or we get a special town meeting just for that alone.
The same requirements, so Dave. Town meeting or special town meeting? It's a town meeting.
Well, no, I mean, we're not ready for an annual town meeting, but we could have a special town meeting for one article. Well,
I don't know. Kevin, how about talking about the pit itself?
I'd probably say in the past 6 or 7 years at least to extract gravel from there. And we've done test holes all over the pit. It's pretty much exhausted. And now it's gotten to the point in the past couple of years I've been receiving letters from the state of Maine on their mining division saying that we're possibly in violation on certain things with excessive cement, like foundations that were dumped there, debris, branches, and as far as the water drainage issues, that's all stuff that we need, to take care of for us not to be in violation. It's becoming more of a burden now than an asset because there's nothing left on there. But it seems to be it's going to be taking up more of our time to come back into compliance with what they're asking. And we're paying taxes on there. I think it's $400 or $600 a year, and I'm paying a $400 annual mining fee that we are no longer using. Which I contacted them, and I think that we can bring it down to about 100 or 150, a year because we're no longer extracting off of there. But I think that if we had the chance to sell it and, get some money out of it, I think maybe it's the right move. The only thing I ask, if you consider that if the town does decide to sell it, or the townspeople, that the money comes back to the public works in our account for some kind of maintenance or, for repairing of roads or equipment or something.
So on the wording of the article would say that the the sale of the money would go to a particular, yeah, you could do that, I think. I think that's legal, as long as you word it correctly.
It's how you word the article.
Yeah.
So you could dedicate those revenues to a reserve account for public
Yeah.
works.
Yeah.
And then from there, you would be the trustee, the board, should it be approved, the board would be the trustee of dispersing those funds.
Okay. So, David, you talked about, on the one Kevin was talking about, the town pit, there's pressure to put that out to bid.
Yes.
That would have to go
Yeah,
out to bid.
summer's short, you said it yourself.
Yeah.
Summer's short, people want to get going.
Yeah.
They have plans, I think it's a good time to put it up for bids and maybe have a special town meeting and move this along if we can.
Is it possible to have a special town meeting for just that one article? I mean, it's possible, but how does that work with the
So
COVID?
right now, under Executive Order 53, we can't have a town meeting of more than 50 people, including staff, board. So we're trying to work through that right now and make sense of what that is.
If we find out that, we just have the one article, I don't think you're gonna have 50 people there just for that one article, I don't think. But maybe you could.
You could allow the 50 to come in and do their voting and then.
Be
like,
creative.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could split your time and say it's just for one article and,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
If
don't
there's
know.
more than, yeah, if
If
there's
you're
more
that
than
much in a
50 people,
rush.
you could have them rotate. You do the first 40, let's say, then the second, whatever, if there
Yeah,
is.
it won't
but
take long to read
normally-
the article.
The only thing for that is if the article
in
gets
these special
amended.
town meetings, normally,
Yeah.
you don't have that many people showing up anyways. They're not
Yeah.
that interested.
The only thing about having a split like that is if the article would be amended on the floor, then you would have to bring back the first group.
Well,
It's complicated.
I suppose we could have all kinds of scenarios where it could be complicated, but it could be very simple as well.
Yeah, potentially could be, but hey. So, what do you wanna do?
I think we should move on doing a special town meeting for the property in Frenchville and to get that going ASAP.
Is there a motion?
That's a motion.
Which would include the writing of the article? Would there be, to present to the taxpayer, it would be a sealed bid,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Is there a minimum amount that you want to put? To be, the
We,
sealed-
we
they would have
certainly,
to-
we certainly should entertain a minimum amount, yes.
And what would that minimum amount be?
Make it 35 grand, plus cleaning the site.
Cleaning the site, removing.
They take care of the site and
Well,
put
if
it
they
in
pick up-
compliance.
If they pick it up in that sale.
They
then-
assume all liabilities that's there.
Yeah, assume all liabilities.
Do we have any idea what they want to do with this property? I mean, is it worth that much? And I don't know what the scenario is here with this property. Who's chasing it? Is it just somebody that's trying to use it, or are they gonna build on it, or do we know?
Contractors interested in.
Contractor,
Yeah.
your local contractor.
And the size property is what again, roughly?
Kevin, you have the acreage on that?
But if I'd have to guess, I'd say at least 30, 40 acres.
The assessed value is, by the town of Frenchville, is
Right on 20 grand.
somewhere around 20, right? Is that what it was, Gary? Right around 20, assessed value.
Okay, so we have a motion by David that we would go to special town meeting, a date to be determined, with the stipulation that there would be a sealed bid.
Yep.
With a minimum bid of $35,000
That's right,
and assume all other liabilities that come with it.
exactly.
I can,
Kevin?
The only thing I ask is that there is rock that we had when we did screening that came out the tailings, we use that to line our ditches. And I also have bigger rocks that we use to put at the head of our culvert, that I'm allowed to remove that before the end of this season if they do move forward with that. So that way I don't have to buy it. Because I have probably 500 to 750 yards of rock and maybe 5, 10 dump truck loads of the big stuff we use for the heads of our culverts.
I'd hate to lose that because then I'd have to buy it.
And you feel comfortable that this property is of no use to the town right now?
A burden on us and an expense.
Did we get a second to that motion? Seconded by Doug?
What about Canaan Street?
Well, that's just dealing with that one. Well, are we gonna do Canaan Street too?
I think Canaan Street is not, I don't know if it's, you can do Canaan Street if you want to, but I don't think it's an urgent.
Okay.
Okay,
Well, we can
let's
wait.
handle the pit first. We have a motion and a second. I'm ready for a vote. All in favor?
Point of order, sir. Discussion before a vote is taken. Point of order.
May I
My hand has been up for
May I
6
remind Mr. Daigle that this is a public, a meeting of the Board of Selectmen held in the public. It is not a public meeting.
The taxpayers have a right.
And they will
to speak.
have that right when they come to the special town meeting.
Once again, you are putting the town of Madawaska in jeopardy. Before the sale of any pit, we need verification from the state of Maine as to the laws pertaining to the closing of what we call a pit. Comes under mining laws, and we need to know if the expense of the closing of a gravel pit, according to the law of the state of Maine, becomes the landowner's responsibility or the buyer's responsibility. And Mr. Chairman, you are out of order, and I am terribly disappointed in you.
Thank you, Mr. Daigle.
Well, as we had said before, it's going to be sold as is.
As is, with the legal.
And the buyer already knows that he has to take care of these issues.
Right, and the legal paperwork.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So we have that, we've taken a vote. Good. Consider the retirement of a 40-year pollution control employee, Mr. Walter Parker. We have a letter. It's not long, I'll read it. Dated May 17. Dear Gary, it's addressed to the town manager. I am handing in my letter of retirement. I am retiring starting July 1st, 2020. Therefore, June 30th, 2020 will be my last day of work, having worked for the town since September of 1978. I feel it's time for me to take time for my family. I have enjoyed serving the community and working alongside my colleagues. It has been more than a job. It has been a career. I will miss coming in every day, but I know you are in good hands. Mark and Seth will serve the town well. If there is anything I can do to make the transition easier, please let me know. Again, thanks for allowing me to be part of the team. Sincerely yours, Walter Parker. He's always been an institution at the Public Works, 40 years. Is there any action we need to take, Gary, or just informative?
Just informative.
Okay, thank you. We do have another that we were given tonight to add to other business. To consider a request for extension for license on premise for Big Rick's Burgers and Wings, LLC.
Don?
Whoa.
Can I just add, we have 3 other liquor license renewals.
Take them all?
We could probably put the Big Rick's, because that came in today.
Okay.
And so we could consider that as part of the licensing.
Article 10?
On Article 10, but we could definitely do the letter of resignation.
I don't have a problem with that.
Are we going to consider all 4 at the same time, Don?
That's what Gary's suggesting.
Yeah.
I have no problem with that.
I have no problem with that.
Okay. So, do we want to handle that right now? Before
Yes.
we go back to, okay. We have the Innovacadia. We have Big Rick's. We have Cheylin. What was the other one?
Tang Palace.
Tang's Palace, correct.
Can I clarify something? So with Innovacadia, Cheylins, and Tangs, those
Yeah.
are annual renewals.
Yeah.
With Big Rick's, it's an extension for license on premise for Big Rick's Burgers and Wings, and that's so he can serve on his deck on the side of his building.
Oh, yeah.
So that's going to help him out on his occupancy limitations. And so we got that in here. We wanted to get that done for him as their potential reopening.
Okay.
I make a motion that we accept all these applications as is.
Moved by David, is there a second? Second. Any discussion? All in favor? Carried? Okay, we've taken care of Article 10.
You still have Article 5, though.
Yeah, we gotta go back to Article 4, to consider the treasurer's warrants. They're on the table somewhere. I think Dave has them right now. Is there a motion to approve them? I know you've reviewed them, Lori. I have also. So you have too. Is there a motion to approve them?
I'll make a second.
Okay, moved by Doug, seconded by Lori. All in favor? Carried. Article 5, update for the 11th Avenue parking lot, the pocket park easement. Gary, we've got this easement in hand. Is there anything else to discuss about it at this point?
So we worked through that, and what it ended up becoming was 2 separate easements. One's for the parking lot area, and one is for the stormwater line. You have those in front of you, which are pretty straightforward, and they were signed by the owners, Douglas and Elizabeth Sear, on May 29, conveyed to the town of Madawaska. Any
Okay.
questions?
And that's been, everything has been filed and everything legally?
Yeah, everything went to the registry.
Okay, thank you. Okay, to consider a letter of resignation from a planning board member. We have a copy of the letter addressed to Andrew Dubé. It's an email. Writing to let you know formally that as of June 3, 2020, I am resigning my post on the planning committee. My term ends next June 2021, but my time must end now. Sincerely, Thomas Schnick. Again, I've known Tom for a long time. He's worked very hard. I wish him the best as he moves forward with whatever endeavors he has for his future. So I don't think we need a motion at this point, but we do have an opening, or more than one, probably.
Well, as the board, selectmen appoint the planning board, it would be good for you to accept the letter of resignation.
You want us to accept it? Okay, we can do that. Is there a motion to accept? Moved by Doug. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Lori. Any other discussion on the resignation? All in favor? Okay. We have, we already have 1 vacancy. Now we have 2 vacancies on the planning board. Is that correct?
Yes, we're gonna have to put out an advertisement to try to solicit some interest. We still have some vacancies on the Board of Appeals. We've advertised numerous times with not a lot of interest for people who want to serve. So what we'll do is we'll put a new ad out. We'll run it for a couple of weeks to start, see if we can find any interest, and if anybody has any, if there's anybody here who knows anybody who might want to serve in one of those positions, send their name down, and they can be appointed by the board.
Okay, thank you. And you usually advertise where for that?
Fiddlehead Focus, St. John Valley.
Fiddlehead Focus, okay. How about our website? And
we can put it up
Facebook,
on our website.
Whatever. Okay. I think that brings us to Article 12. Yeah, this is done. To consider the town manager's operations update report.
So this was done prior to Executive Order 53 by the governor. You have what is basically an operational plan that I've updated from when we started this whole COVID thing. what each department is going to be operating as. I mean, we're pretty much back to business, trying to practice social distancing, wearing masks if we're close to other people and things like that. What was different in here than what's changed is obviously the fitness center. Things kind of changed for a while. We didn't know when we were going to be told to open. We didn't think we were going to get guidance quickly because there was a potential reopening date. What was it? June 1st, I think. And then that got pushed back, and there was no word at all. But finally, we got some guidance on there. So you have the operational plan for the town's departments, in which we're pretty much open. The rec department has given you their plans for the fitness center and the rec programs. The big, what's really the most complicating thing right now, so under Executive Order 53, which would have been nice to have a couple of days sooner than this agenda was posted, we could have a meeting of 50 people, up to 50 people, inside or outside, as long as we meet 6-foot distancing guidelines.
So there was no square footage?
Right. Under the new order, there's no square footage or occupancy per square foot requirements like there were under the original order, which had us under community buildings, which followed the same guidance as retail spaces, which for facilities of less than 7,500 square feet, we could only allow 5 customers into a space, into that space. And that's why we're here tonight. But under the new executive order, we could have 50 people up to. Same thing applies for town meeting. And so that's where it gets a little tricky. Under the executive order, it says that if you have a town meeting where typically you'll be 50 people or less, you can have your town meeting. If you have a town meeting where there's typically 50 people or more, then you really can't have that town meeting. And the option is you could adopt your budget by referendum. And so right now, I think the school is looking at potentially a budget adoption by referendum, which if they do decide to move in that direction, assuming they get through the budget process, that would be at the July 14 elections with the state and local elections. I don't know if they made up their mind on that yet, but that's the guidance that we're all getting. So MMA Legal and even our attorney Ed was talking about the annual town meeting tonight, and I think he's got some information that he'll be willing to share with us. He's been working with other towns for ways to try to maybe be able to have the town meeting that'll be compliant. And so more information coming on that. If it is the desire of this board to abide or try to work within the guidelines, then it's tricky. If it's desired by the board to have our town meeting and whatever happens, happens, which would be okay, then that'll be the desire of the board, and that's what's going to happen. So I'm seeing different towns doing different things. Most towns are still kind of taking a wait and see. There are some small towns that only have 15, 20 people that go to their town meeting, and I think they're going to move forward. The only other part of the town meeting, again, is the budget side of things, where we're sort of waiting a little bit for the revenue picture to clear up for us. That would help us in our budget process.
Yeah. Okay. Is that the end of that Article 12?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We have one more article to deal with, and it's Article 13.
Don,
did I miss something?
Yeah, I was supposed to put something here on other business, which is the, and I sent it to your emails, which is the MMA LPC.
Oh, yeah.
Nomination form.
Is that something you're on right now?
I am on the LPC, yes. I've been on there for 3 years.
I read that you'd like to continue on that?
Yeah, and so what happens with LPC, it's set up like the state districts for state representatives. And there are 2 representatives from the county. One is myself, and the other one is Dennis Marker from Caribou, city manager of Caribou, who served. So nominations are out, and what's going to happen is other towns could nominate their own town officials or town managers. There'll be an election in the future, and you will all, as board members, get a ballot. Each of the towns will get a ballot in this district, and you will vote for who you want for your local LPC representative to MMA. But there needs to be a nomination for that.
And you could, and the question can always be raised if are there any board members that might be interested also, right?
Could
or
be.
Is that one a manager one?
It could be town officials. They encourage people with a lot of experience to serve on the LPC. That's what they like, but it's not a prerequisite.
Not necessary, yeah. Okay. Would there be a motion and a second to nominate from Madawaska Gary? Continue doing what he's been doing on that board? Moved by Doug, is there a second?
I'll second.
Lori, any discussion?
Is this, does the town of Madawaska incur any expenses for
No,
this?
expenses are paid for by the MMA LPC.
Good.
Any more questions? All in favor? It's carried. Was that it? On,
That's it.
That part? Okay. Article 13, to consider the town manager annual evaluation. Executive session recommended per 1 MRSA subsection 405 6A. We would need a motion to go to executive session.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, Lori and Doug, did you second that?
You guys want to
All in
sign the
favor?
liquor licenses now, or?
Gary. What's that, Gary?
You guys want to sign the liquor licenses now? or-
Okay, well, we may as well, because, yeah, because we can't do it in executive session.
I was gonna say, I'll come see you tomorrow morning when it's warm.
Okay, we can do it tomorrow. If you want.
Really? Oh,
Yeah,
I'll go do it tomorrow morning where it's
I gotta
warm.
sign these
I'll
Chase
just
you guys
do
down
it.
for
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
I'll
We're-
come in tomorrow.
We're
We're
sometime.
gonna go into executive session, and then we're
Gary,
gonna
this
come out of
too.
executive
Everyone's gonna
session,
go sign
and if there's
tomorrow.
any action to be taken,
Yes.
we will make that
Sign C
formal.
double.
So, I don't know how long we're gonna be.